Hello future tech leaders, I am Sindhuja. Based on my own experience, I know that learning the right skills can shape our future. What if I say learning was as thrilled as the tech world itself? There we go. A cloud foundation, that's exactly what you will experience. From day one, you will be immersed in the interactive sessions and expert-led courses that covers most of the widely used technologies in the zone of data science to cloud computing, which brings more light to the life of a techie. I'm so excited to help you and unlock the true potential of a technology. Well, then why to wait? Let's see what it unfolds.
These kind of scenarios you will get, like they will give one location on file location. Usually, so when file location, and what we need to do is some other team will put some files in this location. .c file. Still the files file based. Integration is face a lot of heroes with 5 best integration. Okay, so MuleSoft need to read this file. Okay, and it has to process this file, means it has to insert to database. Is what a recording inside the file. Read the file. Get the record and insert to Salesforce. But the same recording we set to database. Okay, so get the record from the file and insert to Salesforce and insert to database. You saying that in this case, we do the get and location information. We put that in a file, CSV file. And when we do a get, it's not about location. In any record, I know for this situation, we say in location, but it could be an error occur. So basically get and output will be a file. This is kind of we know. Event-based integration. Event-based integration, we can say that you can configure a one listener. Once my scheduler that always reads the file. Okay, it always in the file. If the file is available, to fix the file, and it has to, insert the same record to Salesforce system and the database system. Okay, so in this requirement, they will ask you that, okay, there is no dependency, like first you need to insert the Salesforce or first you need to insert database. There is no such dependence. Parallelly, you can insert the record. Whatever record you get from the CSV file, that record you can insert to Salesforce and database parallelly. This is the important thing. Okay, in parallel means if you put a sequence, how do you insert a sequence first? You insert to Salesforce. Then you insert to database, right? For example, to insert to Salesforce, it takes 2 seconds and insert a database, it takes 1 second. So how much total time? It takes 3 seconds to insert to database and Salesforce. Right. So if you insert the record in parallel, then within 2 seconds, the two record got inserted to both the Salesforce and database systems, right? So how can you achieve this in the MuleSoft? That is a question of people. When there are multiple things, you need to achieve those multiple things. You need to process in parallel, not in sequential. How? What is a component? That will manage parallel execution, so that component is called scatter gather. Is very important component in the new software scatter. I heard that but I never understood. What is that for in the scatter gather? Is that out there? What we do is scatter gather is looks like this or scatter gather. There are multiple parts will be there. This is the O you were sure. Sorry, I wasn't looking okay. So can you go up a little bit? I just want to see what the draw you made earlier. My location. Read the file from a CSV and insert to Salesforce and get to database. But Salesforce it take 2 seconds. For database it take 1 second. So in total it requires 3 seconds to insert to both the systems. Right, so okay, so but you clearing. So this, let's talk about this a little bit. And so before the file location, before the CSV file, remember my requirement. Requirement is that to read the location information on system right, Are you saying that when you read that you produce CSV file? Yeah, we will. I will put a CSV file over in this location for suppose some location. I will put a CSV file, okay. Some locations. In this part, I put the CSV file. That CSV file I need to pick. The CSV file contains all the records of that location. Says you, you can set that record to Salesforce and database. That is my requirement. I have to insert a Salesforce database. Yeah. So if you insert these record to its force and database in sequence manner, first you insert to Salesforce. It take 2 seconds of time, then it's done. Then come to sales and database. Into to database, it takes 1 second of time. So it totally requires 3 seconds to insert to Salesforce and database. So you insert in 2 different systems. 2 different systems, right? Okay, yeah. So how you include the performance of system? That is the question, how there is no dependency, like first you need to insert to Salesforce. Yeah, so I can insert in any manner. Yeah, so can is my request is a little bit different. Okay, yeah, so before the file. Okay, before the file. There is a system that has the location information. There is a through API. Okay. Okay, so through API we can get location information. You want? I wonder, yeah. What you're right. So the information about the location information from system, the one you just doing it. We want to sync that with the SQL, and so this is a table a system called a service. Now, okay. Service now has, I don't know what is a while, I do still see. Yeah, I don't know my screen. My screen goes black and yeah. So in here, there is I can show you a way to get this through API, and this is what contains the location. All the columns in the table. Okay. So, and I think the field that we need is that, let me go back 1 second. Let me do this duplicate and CM location. So if I do this, the list, we need we need either the full name or the name in information. This is the one of this, I'm sure, I think might be. Maybe the full name, okay? So, with this full name information, right? This information come from this table, right? It's a full name. Yeah, full name. Supposed to be here like this. Yes, will name. A name is also there. Yeah, they both should be here. Yeah, and anyway, this is a table, so this location information is needed for another system. Okay? And the other system is this system, right? Totally different system. And in this system, we use something called a custom location. So for the two systems to sync. Right? Okay. And to get sync. So right now, this is my test environment. So if I do this, so right now this is my test system, but this is only have a few. That's all I need. Yeah, for the other system might be only need a full name thing to be here. So what happens then is in this system. If you realize in the see a custom location to tell the people where, then where the system is. What is where the system is located? And the location of that is coming from here. For example, like one of them could be, like a child, child daycare to 511 Franklin Avenue. So when a system is having problem, we want to target the location information from this system. So this system doesn't know much about the location, but this location that we utilize is coming from here. So every time there's a new location, they're gonna add here. Okay, so to the goal is now is to have all this location information into this SQL table, and also every time that there is an update here, that we also sync with the table. Okay, so can you show me the columns of the nodes table? In here, self-serve from nodes. Can you show me the columns fields of the nodes table? Here in the SQL server, select from nodes. If you put it icon, I want to see all the fields of the nodes table. The nodes table. You wanna run a query like this, or you wanna see? First off, from nodes here, yes, run this. Yeah, look at this, my screen's dark now. This one, you're gonna see a lot of names. This what I did. The only custom location is only one field that we need to get from the service. Now right here. Okay, so what? What about the rest of information? Means there are bunch of records, bunch of information right over here. What is this name too? So no, actually, we're not updating the nodes table. All we need to do is populate the location information into the custom location table. Yeah, this is what I show you. It has only one column. Stable, no stable in the nodes table only or I. See, so that's actually a good point. So I think then is no, I think it's from here. Then there's whole lot of information is when the load stable, right? So yeah, so from here is a column. Your description location. And how it's a custom location. So there's two type of locations. You're right. There's two term locations in this table. One location is that system. Discover is stuff and he knows the location information. The other custom location is the one that it's not discovered. It's not discoverable from the system. So that means we create our custom location. To open the table from the left-hand browser, you can the query custom location, comma location, so that we can see the two locations of between the query right in. Yeah, location. Yeah, no, it's good. So that, for example, I have one system. Only custom location. Show me that record loads. I'm gonna say that, for example, maybe this might be easier. So this is one system. Catch on the DNS community. System and society. Description. Location this one location is the company. Come on. So here I think custom status nodes. I saw it 1 second. So this one custom location says this you want. And I can't even show you the front, how it looks like the GUI. So this is interesting. So even if we grab that from the, if we grab the location information on the other system, we cannot insert. Because if in this table there are so many fields, right? So yeah, at least we need to insert the primary key information. So for this table, there should be 1 or 2 primary keys. We need to insert the primary key information along with that location information. If you don't insert the primary key information, you can't create a record. What we can do is you can create one more table with the location. Yeah, okay, then we can. You can sync to the Salesforce location and Salesforce process. What is the size? No location in the SQL server. Just create one table with the location information. That will. Yeah, that's what I thought we were using. But this is the application that use the location information. So if I go here, okay, I'm pick one of the systems. This is the system we were playing with. This might test environment. And so here, from this system, still loading. So this system has, you see that custom location and it says DC1. Yeah, so whenever there's a problem about this system, when we send in information to another system, we can send with location information. That's the goal. So the problem now is even if we get the location information from ServiceNow, exactly, yeah, we cannot. And with that information, we cannot just put here. I thought was the isolated table, but it looks like it's a table that has a lot of fields. Exactly. We don't have information about those fields, right? Yeah. And the only thing that we need on this field from the nodes, are the custom locations. Yeah, so we cannot insert this because it has to go through whatever the primary key here in the on the nodes. Exactly, and I'm sure in nodes. It's called DPA nodes, and I think here is that they have something called like ID, something like that, and come on. What you can do is you can create one table with this location in you. Yeah, only the custom location, so that we can work it out, and that, well, how we go. If we create a separate table, call a location, how can it be used here? Okay, just create a table in the location over here, and I can tell you what it is. For the mule, how we can interact with this table? No, I know, but what for the other system? For the other system that we want to. For this system that has. Like under nodes table right here. When we create a table, how can we then end? How come then this node stuff can utilize that? Yeah, if only. No, I didn't get you. Actually, what is a nodes contains a whole lot of information, but that information is not available from the Salesforce. Yeah, we synchronize this equal. A table and this service. No such not possible, right? Yeah, because from the service. No, we need to get the information that is required to insert the nodes table and service. Know what you're saying is. It is, we are getting only location information from this service now, right? So in that case, this table nodes table is not feasible. We need to create one more table with the location field and we can synchronize the table and the service now. You still want to synchronize the nodes table to the service. Now, then we need to find out what are the primary keys, primary P fields that required in the table, and we need to insert the primary fields also value while posting the location information. Very Adam. Okay, so what is why I was trying to see the primary key on the nodes. This is the table, this is the type, the BSC. BSC nodes in the query brother. Come to the next line. Come to the next line. Yeah, somewhere in the next time. Oh, yeah, no, go to new line, take a new line any day. Okay, BSC. BSKS. Notes, take that any. What's the DSC? Is that description? Describe? Oh, it's not. Here it is not working. There's some other databases. I used to see this one. Yeah, but look, this is the node. I've seen node by itself. I think you call DPO nodes. Okay, so. Yeah, I thought was. Isolated table, but looks like it's not from DPO nodes. See that? So it's called DPO nodes. But when I come here on the left, this is the DPO. Not starts here. It's not category no child. Don't IP address. It's a solar moons. Yeah, that's a system. That's a sees this DSI and starts and So modules, they're not flow, okay. Actually, it is on the side. Don't no go down. Oh, what is the second? Holder, that one right. Wrap the straw, what sorry. You can see the tour. Yeah, okay. Come to a stall. Stall don't yeah. All the way down. The real license, the right, sorry, T. And so on. I'm sure it is DPO. Notes only just excluded query. So let's talk from DPO notes. Yeah. The right hand. Yeah, that excluded. Copy a certain expert at 40. Just I want to see. Yeah, it's the new notes only. String. I don't know if they're hiding I. Don't know. That's a V. So here is this the VM. Okay. Anyway, I don't know why it's not showing I. Don't know, is there? Like it might be our permission related. That is stitches. Anyway, I think in the notes table I was going to show you notes table has a something called a. I can even show you here. Can you create a table over here? It is possible to create a table. Yeah, I might, but here look at this. Every note has something called an object ID. It has that number. Every system. I think that's the primary key. Which I don't think we can use it. I'm back in 1 second. Yeah, no ready. Yeah, so in under the nodes, there's a key called a field, called a node ID. That's the primary. And for that number, for example, if I can grab this 424, 457, I can go 42247 and then say come here. And if I put 4247, then it's going to display the information about the other system. I think that's the primary key. So my question to you is that your explanation earlier, we can create another table and put the location information here. That's good. But how then? How then we can use that information inside and update the custom location in this table? So that's the hard thing to do, isn't it? Because yeah, so we cannot. We cannot populate the custom and location information here without considering the primary key, right? Assume that we get this location number also from the service now. In that case, we can insert, this field, local node ID and the custom location. That location name we can add. We can create a record. But the other fields are null, like this object, type IP address. These should be, blank. So yeah, we don't want these two fields. Yeah, we don't want that. So maybe I don't know what I was thinking. Yeah, I don't know, it's really tough. We can create a file and then have someone to import the CSV file. Because in SolarWinds it allows us to. So I don't know. This is even. I don't know. So even here there's other tables. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta think about that. So for the time we have, can you? Okay, we'll come back to this. Because I thought we could, we could sync it up. We can sync both systems and based on locations. But the problem we have, as you said many times, I think I understand, but I'm going to say last time that the problem is that when we get the location from the service now, we cannot insert the information directly into the nodes table. And we have the node ID from the service node table. Say that again. Until we have a node ID in the service node table. Yeah. Because the node ID is okay. We can insert the node ID. Yeah, which we don't have it but then, yeah, I don't know. It's really tough to do this because we're having these two fields, like location name. And you can see that just your practice only, right? Yeah, but here's what we could do. That's really your point. Here's one thing that's amazing. You said, and so let's say, for example, this is service node, service now. And service now. There's a table, CMDP CI, that and let's say that one of the systems we were looking for and on SolarWind is this guy. Okay, we got a couple of different records, but let's pick the first one. So this one, you see that this one has a location. It is fairly good at that. Okay, so we can utilize. We can go after the system names. We can go after the system name and grab a location, sometimes Adams. What would be the case like? The node's table, right? The node would be auto-incremented. So we need not insert that node ID will get auto-incremented. And we can improve. We can add this information. We have IP address information over here. We have the This information, whatever information available over here, we can map this information to the Salesforce table. Okay, first we need to list down what are the information available in the service node. See, if you see this UI, there is a name, there is a set tag location. Description, status, environment, manufacturer. You need to write all these fields in this service node. And we write down all the fields from the nodes table. Then we need to see what field map to what field in this database. Then we need to write transformation about from the service node. This field is mapped to this field. This field mapped to this field, like that. We write our transformation so that this data will be moved to the nodes table. First, we need to see what are the compatible fields in the service node and in the database. So for this one, for that I like how you explain it. But right now, in this need for the need that we have, okay, we want this table called CMDB, the CIA. The server name. Is this name? What's the name? Yeah, the name and the location. That's a tool that we need right now. The name has two. I think the name still exists on the other system. But the location doesn't exist. Other is to me, since he is the database, right? What you're saying about. So again, several times. You will name existing other system. Means that the year. Excuse me. Yeah, okay. This like if I go this name right now and search, the system is here. That system is here, yeah. But the location is not there. So I understood your requirement. So what do you want to? What is your requirement? Is you need to synchronize the nodes table and the service know that information right. Okay. So what we can do is you can write some MuleSoft integration code with this scheduler. Okay, the scheduler will schedule for an interval 5 minutes or 10 minutes or 1 hour, something like that. Yeah, if I mean to trigger it will go to the Salesforce. Sorry to go to these. Service no. Yeah, the location information and try to insert that information to the database. So for that also we need to configure something like watermarks. Yeah, what it always fetches the latest information. Right, so yeah, I understand that part. Yeah, but helping me understand. And the first time it goes to service. Now, right, yeah? And it grabs what? Yeah. So I think I don't know. So any code to fix the information from the service now. Say that again. Do you want any MuleSoft integration code that will return information from the service? Now no, but I can easily do that. I can do ABI. Exactly. Through ABI, I can do the get method. That's fine. Very good. The very first task we do see how I can, fetch the information from ServiceNow to MuleSoft. Yeah, okay, that's okay. That is easy. But what I'm trying to think of is that, and like this example, I just showed to you that the system name exists. So there's something I didn't share, I didn't tell you. So this in ServiceNow, right? Okay, yeah. ServiceNow. This table has a lot. There's a lot of records here. Right? Yeah, this one, like that the table has a 7 system names. As you can see, it has it, close to the million record there, right? And so we don't want to. The other system doesn't have all of this, but it has only the systems that it cares about. So for those subsystems that the other system cares about is the ones that we need their location. Not everything that this table or this system has. So maybe, I don't know. I don't know how we can do this, but maybe one idea is that check if the system existed here. And if the system exists, then do. What you were saying? Where grab, the system. Grab the location and then map the location for information from here to the other one, to the C. Did you look up to the customer location? Based on the node name. Okay. So that means, yeah. That means we updated the record, right? We updated the CMD. What do you call the common location field? That's all we do right now. We're not creating anything, but we just updating. Right? Yeah. You're not creating anything weird. In the school, here we're not creating anything new, or we do this. All we're doing is that if this system and like if this system exists, begin this. So that was all. If this, yeah, this is so we can find a right. I think there's another better. Yeah, system name, for example, if this system exists. And if this system exists in ServiceNow, then grab the location from service. Grab the location information from ServiceNow. And then that information updated. Then update the common location. Because there's a field here call out. We saw it right in the notes. There's a field called a custom location. So if the customer location, I don't know it's getting, I thought was simple project, but it looks like it's getting a little bit more complicated. I think we need to look at different angles. I like the idea. Now we check in. We check in the system here. The system name here, right? And if this system exists in SolarWind, grab the location information. And if the graph is that location doesn't exist here, then insert. That's it. Okay. Oh, if it exists. If there is any change, then only modify right if it exists. But if it exists, don't touch, don't do anything. Don't do anything. If not exist, then only insert. Insert the location information. But the problem now is that, as you said, no. If the location information is not there, then you can't do anything. If the location on this note is empty, then update. Update it with the correct location. If it exists, okay, no need to do anything. Yeah, if it exists, it doesn't do anything, don't do anything. But if it doesn't exist, then update the common location based on the system limits. Okay, so CI/CD stands for continuous integration, continuous deployment, or continuous delivery. So this is the concept to automate our application deployments. Usually, deployment is a little complex procedure. You need to take different things to deploy. So if you are doing that manually, sometimes the guy who is doing that procedure may miss some steps. Nopra. And sometimes the application will work, but due to the misconfiguration, it will not work as expected. So if you automate this procedure in a more systematic manner, the deployments are very stable and very fast. So that is the idea of this concept. In our projects, usually in real time, there are multiple environments. So we have the development environment to develop the applications, and we have the test environment to test and to assure the quality of application is good. We have the UAT environment, and some people call this as a pre-production. This is some kind of standard structure followed in most of companies. Some companies may have a staging environment. Some companies may have only dev, test and prod. There are no fast and hard rules like we should follow, like this only. So it depends upon company financials, company standards. They follow different kinds of environments. So when we have different kinds of environments, we need to deploy our application to different environments. Deploy to development, deploy to QA, deploy to pre-production, and deploy to production. So what is our strategy to deploy our applications to different environments? How are we to follow that strategy? So this strategy mainly requires each environment. For each environment, we have a source code repository. Majorly, this source code repository is very important. Most of companies use Git or Bitbucket as a source code repository. And where we actually our sources resides, right? What we call core resides. So in source code repository, we have different branches for different environment. For development, we manage all the development coding branch called develop. And all test environment. The release branch. Most of this production called master branch. This is standard terminology used across the industry. All companies use master as a production branch. Master. So anybody, each entity, each organization, each company, they will have a Git repository, right? Yeah, Git repository. And all the staff, all the developers, they have access to developers, master and all that. Is that correct? Developers have limited access to repository. They don't have access to the master repository. Most people, they have the access to develop repository. Sorry, develop branch. So all the developers can deposit or store. They can use that and get to reposit, right? Whatever the project they're working on. Yeah. Alright. And anybody in that group will need to have access. Development team mostly have access to develop branch and some people have the access to release branch. But usually we won't get access to the production branch. Sorry, master branch. Okay, so usually admin only the kind of DevOps team. They have access to master branch. So they will manage this master branch, merging all the stuff, right? So to develop anything, what we need to do is we need to branch. We need to make our own branch, develop branch. Right? This is, you want to develop some small projects here. Application or whatever you need to already. The code is there. You want to do some kind of enhancement. You need to branch, develop branch with some add-on code, something like that. And you develop that application, and once you finish your task, do one thing, right? Do one thing, you create a pull request. Something called pull request. Pull request means you are saying I am done with my task. Yes, you use this code. If it is fine, you can merge this code to develop branch. You create a pull request. You need to give the reviewer name. Who want to review your code? Probably the application architect or some guy, the peer reviewer. He will give you the code. Okay, this code is up to mark and everything is good. Then you can merge your code, to the actual develop branch. So that person knows MuleSoft well. Yes, that should be. Because if you develop the code in MuleSoft, that person should know the MuleSoft. What standard? How you develop? If you have any question, he can come back to you and ask the question. And something like that. Sometimes developers have access to development directly where they can push the changes to the develop branch. That depends upon company to company how they follow that. Yeah, right. So it is one of the most important part where we decide all our sources. So when you want to deploy to the development environment, we need to take the code from the develop and we need to develop to the develop environment. So I just mentioned we have the 4 environments. Yeah, we have develop environment, test, environment report and production environment. So from the branches, from the master branch, it will depend on the production environment. Always master branch. Master branch is the final branch where we manage always the consistent stable code. So it will go to the production environment release branch. It will boot to the test environment. And develop branch, it will develop environment. So when a code commit happens to the develop branch, somebody commits a code. Somebody, if Adam created a code and Adam sent a code request. So he's reviewing something called John. John approves the Adam code and John merges the code to the develop branch. So when the code comes to develop branch, what our strategy is and automatically a process needs to run and try to deploy this code to the development environment in our runtime. Okay. So how this process happens? So for that you need to have an idea of the Git. That is the first process. What's the Git commits? Push git pull request. That is the first step. Right. First step, you need to hide the Git because the source of our source code is the repository from where we are getting the code right. So this is the one. The second thing is the most important thing is you need to understand about. Today my goal is about this thing. I will explain this thing. And next I given some code, some article to install Jenkins right. Hope you install right. I think I might play with Jenkins way back. And I'm thinking I might already have it in my system, no problem. Keep it. So we'll connect all the dots in this weekend session. Right now I'm explaining about dots. We can talk about dots. The first dot, you need to learn about the Git. It is the first dot. Okay, so you need to know about Git commands. Some little more. Like how to commit the code to Git. What is the local repository? What is the remote repository? Git is some kind of distributed source code management. So every developer has its own repository. And there is one central repository where all the developers' code resides. So have understanding of local repo, central repo. If you don't have this concept, there are numerous articles and numerous videos available on the internet. Please go through that thing and try to, do some Git practice. Some do any small example project. You should not be in any kind of simple source and try to commit the code and try to push the code to the remote repository. Simple practice on the Git, right? And second thing, you need to know how to create environments in Vue software. Okay. how to create environments in Vue software. And here you need to create the branches. How to create branches also. Create a branch. Create a branch in Git. You need to have some idea of what is a branch and how to create a branch and how to merge the branch. Only that is the idea you need. Right, Adam? Yeah. So this part, please you take care. If you have any questions, I will be happy to help you and explain you that I can't explain from the start point of the Git. So you take care of it, and if you have any queries, I can help you on the process. And I would like to start with the Vue software area. That is how to create environments in Vue software runtime. So this is the second step, because if you know the environment, how to create an environment, then you can be able to push the environment. Right, so this is one. And third concept is you need to have an idea of the EPA gateway. What is EPA gateway concept? You call it EPA gateway. Okay. And the fourth concept, you need to have how to configure environments in Vue application. So what are you saying like environments? Are you talking about inside the Git or are you talking about the MuleSoft? MuleSoft inside the Git, you need to create different branches. For development, you need to create a develop branch. Just you need to know how to create a branch in the Git. That is different. So that is not related to MuleSoft. In this branch, you can store doctored code, Python code, any kind of code you can store in the Git. So in the Git end, you need to know how to get a branch. So we created a separate branch for each environment. So in like for companies, they only have dev branches, right? So they're only going to give you the path, right? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You're not going to create unless you know. If it's already there, you use it. If it's not, you will create. You need to create branches in the Git. By default, you create a repository. It comes with the master branch in the Git. So you need to create other branches like develop branch, test branch, and to create in the Git. So just to explore about how to create a branch in Git. It is a generic topic. And of course, you get an idea about the Git branches. And the second tip is how to create a MuleSoft environment. That I will be going to create a MuleSoft. It's very simple. You create a MuleSoft environment in a platform. An EPA gateway is a little important topic. And I will tell you how to create an EPA gateway. What is an EPA gateway? That's the topic. And third thing is how to configure environment in MuleSoft application. Get doubt what is second step and what is fourth step. Right. Second step is creating an environment in MuleSoft platform, any one platform. So this is a platform where we are going to deploy our application, right? There is a development environment, test environment, and production environment. I see there are three environments. We can deploy application to development, to test, or to production. How to create this box inside the MuleSoft platform, where we can deploy our applications. So here how to configure environments in a MuleSoft application. So this is a part when you're creating an application, you need to tell the application that OK development environment lies at this point. Test environment will configure at this. And production configure. If you provide these details in the application, when you deploy this application, right, you know what environment we will deploy. So this part has all the details of where the development environment is and what is username and password to connect to that environment. It's all the details. So the application will get deployed to the development environment. So this is where we create the environments and this is where we configure the environment inside the application. So then the fifth thing is you need to configure something called automating tool that is called Jenkins. Jenkins is a guide where we are writing all the steps how to fetch the resources from the Git and where to deploy. All the steps we can write in Jenkins. So this is where we write something called pipeline. I can show you how to write a pipeline, how to automate that. So long way, and today we create a simple MuleSoft environment and little bit about APEC gateway. That's the concept I want to focus today. Okay. How to create an environment in MuleSoft. So MuleSoft, everything is in the Anypoint platform. Right. So let me open the Anypoint platform. What is the URL to open Anypoint platform? Anypoint MuleSoft.com. So when you log into this Anypoint MuleSoft.com, you will create a report and you can log in. You can see the dashboard of this Anypoint platform. So in the dashboard, something called Big Box. This is Management Center. This is the segment where you can manage your Anypoint platform. So in the Management Center, there is one button, this Access Management. Right? Access Management. You can see the different parts in the Access Management. You can create a new user. You can create a new roles. You can create an environment. You can configure the authentication providers, client providers, logs, so on. So there are several things on the load. Oh. So today our goal is you need to create the new environment. For that you go for the environment. You go for environments. By default you can see. Actually by default if you open your thing, right? You can see only two environments, design and sandbox. But as part of my applications, I created two more environments. If you want to create a new environment, Add Environment button is there. Add Environment. And what kind of environment is this? Production, sandbox and design. So for us, we can't create the production environment because our account is a free account. To create a production environment, you need to have the official use of license. So, as we don't have that license, we need to create a sandbox environment. And we can give the name as production. That's the difference. We can give the name as production. This is the only name. Just label. The product, simple function. Create. The prod environment. So likewise, simple thing. Go to Access Management and add environments and add the environment. Right? If you open that environment, I just added the prod environment. If you open the prod environment by clicking this link, and you can see the client idea and client secret. So this is the unique credentials for this environment. These things you require. If you want to deploy anything to the production environment, you need to use this client data and client secret in your automatic process. So that will be able to connect and able to deploy. Right. Got it, Adam? Yeah, I got it. Okay, so this is required. So likewise, if you want to deploy to the dev environment, you need to give the dev credentials. How to connect to dev environment? That's right, and client secret of the dev environment. So the fundamental is for each environment you created, there is a credentials got created automatically. You need to provide those credentials if you want to deploy application to that environment. That is the fundamental. That's right. So the first step is done. This is very simple. Create environment by giving environment name. So next step is you need to learn about API gateway. So what is API gateway? This is little interesting, little important concept. Yes. So when you are developing your applications, right? But suppose you are developing some application. So when your client provided the application requirements, there are two kinds of requirements usually. One is called functional requirements. Functional requirements. And the second is non-functional requirements. So anytime you heard about these things, Adam, functional requirements, non-functional requirements. Functional, yeah. So I think I may understand this. So functional requirement is that the mandatory features that the application should have, right? Fantastic. This mandatory business requirement. Mandatory business requirement. So this is satisfied. The core of the customer requirement is satisfied. This is if you want to develop some kind of calculator. If you pass the two numbers, you need to return the sum of that two numbers. If you do that coding, that is called functional requirement, right? So then, what are non-functional requirements? Yeah, so it's opposite of that, right? There are some features. And my application has, but it's not. It's good to have it, but it's not required. You know what they call that. It's maybe talking about performance. So if you do the two numbers and you do the returns, the return is written after 10 minutes. There's no use, right? You expect the result within fraction of seconds, right? So that expectation, the performance, is one of the non-functional requirements. And security. Yeah. So, and proper logging means if your application fails, we need to troubleshoot and we need to know the reason immediately. If you do the proper logging, you can find out the reason. If you don't do proper logging, you have no clue about that error, right? So it's very tough to identify the error. So performance, security, logging, transaction management. These are all comes under non-functional requirement. So in this case, we're using this term is like a functional requirement and non-functional requirement to separate what application does versus what other things the application might need to function. Right? So when you develop the application, we need to focus majorly on functional requirement and we address non-functional requirement also. We're not saying that non-functional requirement is not my responsibility. I won't focus. Your client won't satisfy if you want to satisfy both, right? So they are both important. Exactly, both important. Then how can, if you do one thing, if you separate the functional requirement and non-functional requirement, if you ask your developers to focus only on some kind of functional requirements, and you separate all the non-functional requirements, all these things for our security. And you can add this non-functional requirement to your code if you want to remove that. This is called a kind of policy in use of time. What is called policy? So policy is a non-functional requirement. Those I can add to this code. I can remove this non-functional requirement. We have some kind of example, right? So I can put this non-functional requirement in a place that is called API gateway. So how we are managing this kind of infrastructure in Mule? So in Mule, what happens is when you create an API. So where do you create an API? In Mule software, there are two. You can say two planes. One plane you call as a control plane. And second plane, we have the runtime. So runtime plane with all Mule server. Maybe it may be Cloud Hub. Maybe standalone. So where actually your Mule application is running. We have deployed a Mule application that is taking your system server resource running. This is called server actually, right? It may be running in the cloud or running on your own private cloud or running on the standalone or running on the Kubernetes cluster. Whatever way your application is running and taking the memory and CPU resources. That is called runtime plane. So control plane usually is a cloud hub where we control this application. Control plane is a place from where we control application. So we need to deploy application, we need to undeploy application, we need to add the policies, we can remove the policies, whatever thing we can do. We are managing the application from a place called control plane. Runtime plane is a place where actually the application is running, taking the resource of the CPU, memory, all the stuff and is running. That's called runtime plane. MuleSoft is divided into two parts, control plane and runtime plane. So in the control plane, we have a design center where we develop an application, where we design an API. From design, what we do? We will publish the API to the exchange. I showed you how to publish the API to exchange from the design center. Event exchange. Yeah. When you publish an API from the design center to exchange, there is one unique ID created for this API. That is called a ID. For each API you publish to the exchange, there is some unique ID got created, okay? So to manage this API, there is one more section called API Manager. Yep. API Manager is a place where you manage API. So if you create an instance of this API in API Manager, you can see this API instance ID. What ID for that content? It is a unity. So what you need to do is, when you create an API, that API has one unique instance ID. So the application is actually running in the runtime manager, in the runtime plane. Okay, the application is actually running in the runtime plane. In the runtime plane, what I can do is the application has two requirements. One is take the application. Oh, so take the application, right? So it has the application, you need to talk to your control plane. So for that, I've shown you one time, I think you remember, that is something called agent. Agent, right? Agent, runtime agent. Okay, so agent is the component that is talking to your control plane. When you want to deploy, you just send an agent. The agent will take care of that. So we have agent, we have the functional code, actual code, functional code in the application. And the fundamental is, so you develop an application for this API, but this is customer API example. Customer API, and in the endpoint, do you develop the customer API MPL and deprive that customer API MPL to the runtime? Sorry. Here in the cloud app example, it is a customer API. Implementation. Right. And if you want to apply any policy to this application, or if you want to remove any policy, if you want to add a new caching kind of policy or security policy, any policy, you need to communicate with this ID because your API manager is, this is the ID, right? Okay. If you put this ID inside your application, then what happens is this API manager is able to add these policies to your application. It's able to communicate using this unique ID. You need to add this unique ID to this application. This is the channel or bridge. Your API manager is able to add policies or remove policies to the application running in the runtime. Right. So this ID we call as an API auto discovery. Auto discovery ID. Why this API auto discovery ID required is, it forms a bridge between your API manager and the application running in the runtime frame and in the cloud. So what we do is, while deploying this application to the cloud, you add this ID inside this application and you deploy this application to the cloud. Before deploying itself, you take the ID from the runtime manager, API manager, and add that ID to your application and deploy application to the cloud. So it sees, right, if its ID matches, then it will manage this application. It's able to add the policies, remove the policies, and what it does. This is the ID as a bridge. Okay, so let me quickly implement this. I can show you so that you can understand. What I can do is I can simply create a simple API. Go to the Design Center. New application. I am developing something called Student API. Oh, I am simply creating one simple resource called Students. Students. Simple AP. And I want to publish this API to the exchange. So we publish and publish the exchange. So the request is 1 2.0. Exchange. Okay, once you publish the exchange, I'm going to API Manager. So I want to manage this API. So for that I need to register this API over here. Then only I can able to manage. So API Manager, add API and add new AP. And from the new gateway. First gateway is very new concept. Okay, we'll discuss later. This is a new gateway. A new API gateway embedded in the new runtime. I told right, new runtime, new gateway is embedded. So get to embed in new runtime and directly to existing new application. Right. So new gateway. And I'll discuss this proxy also a little after this one. Add to the existing application. Basic endpoint. Which API do you want to? I want to system API. Student system API. This is the one, right? So it's already knows it. You want to do anything like you can do. Everything is optional. You can go back. It's optional. So once you configured, once you registered, right, when API is created, it's called API instance. This is called a hotkey. So I'm come back to my Anypoint Studio. I want to create an application. Soft project. And the project name is a student. Yeah. Are you important? Yeah, I'm putting that one. Oh, my design center. Okay, so I'm going to create a new project. Students. Yeah. So if you see the design center right for here, the status is under the start. And this image is not running. Actually, you see, it is called under the start, nothing is running. Right. So let me see a walk deployment to the runtime. Finish. My simple project. My goal is not about the project. My goal is about the how to discover an API. Oh, what I'm doing is I want to apply this to the Cloud Hub. Before that, I want to apply to Cloud Hub. How the API manager know this application running in the cloud. So for that, I need to add some auto discovery. I need to add some auto discovery. Okay, so I'm going to add some auto discovery. 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 we get that from. So this is when you feel it's time to say, okay, this one. Now I want to apply this to the Cloud Hub. So I pick one. Cloud Hub. It's so many components, my friend. Yeah. Oh my trial got ended. I need to create a new account. I do configuring and all the. So I create a new account in the next class, man. It takes another 15 minutes to get all this stuff again. Yeah, that's fine. Hopefully when we have. We'll go through this maybe another time when we have a real case. But this is really what I'm finding out, my friend, is that not only you need to be good at MuleSoft, but also you have to also know all this other stuff that you like to deploy in a different environment. And there's so many other components that are in the play. Yeah. If you practice the 2 or 3 applications but deploying different environments, then it's easy, right? It becomes easy. So talk to me and I have a question. And way back we discussed, and I heard also, I read somewhere else, and I think you mentioned as well way at the beginning that the nice thing about the Mule is that it has a way that for example, like a different, I don't know, they call it, I don't know, it's a different level of connectivity, right? So they say application connectivity platform and connectivity experience connectivity. So yeah, you are talking about API and connectivity. System layer, process layer, experience layer. Yeah. So what are we talking about in that situation? Like when we're doing get and post. Are we saying that? I don't know. That is a complete architecture concept, one level above what we're doing now. So we develop different kinds of APIs. Yeah, maybe process API, system API, and experience API. So whatever APIs you are developing has to deploy in your runtime, right? In your production server, right? Yeah. So you want to deploy it, what level it follows? See if you have a system API. The system API has a development environment. It's the same system API input to production. Some test and production. So all these API connectivity layers has presence in development, test and production. Okay, so say that when we're connecting to a database, we're doing database connectivity. At that level, we're doing system API. Yeah, database file system in queues. And this is what is all new different system, layer system. In then the process layer, you may come to different system layers. You get data from different system layers and you can merge them and build them one big node, right? So that's the process layer. What is the experience layer? Experience layer is specific to client. Some clients want only XML, I want XML. And some clients are requesting, I want only JSON. Some clients just send me the file. To serve that specific client, we will do a code how to send that interact with that specific client. That kind of API. We develop Experience API. Some are mobile clients, some are web clients. Inside the web, some people have different media types. So based on the customer and client. So we develop the Experience APIs. So I started this. Maybe it's not right, but and. So I have a listener. That's the basic thing. Okay, same. And nothing. Okay. Nothing new there. And I call I don't know alerts. So first of all, I want to show you this. So in ServiceNow, this is ServiceNow. And so if I go to home, so to get to the table that we want to go through this, it's the table called emtree_alerts. So this is the table that we want to go after. What's that? In the table name called em_alerts. Okay, em_alerts. Okay, yeah. And one more thing. I want to duplicate this. The way they give us some kind of a tool to practice. And to get to through APIs. So this would call a Explorer. Not API Explorer. So through API Explorer, this is using Rust. I can point any table. Come on. So if I throw Rusty, I can go like this and underscore alert. Why is this one is in here? So this is the path. Okay, right. Whatever table name you use, that's what they're substituting here. Okay, yeah. Through API. This is how you can see how you can get it. And if I just run it and say just get, you know it's not going to get everything. But I think it's going to get one of them. Okay. If I say send it successful and it got this alert output, okay. Okay, so in here that's alert number. So in here if I look for, what is the, okay, let's see. And if I search the alert that we got, it's here. So when we said get alert, this is the one that is received. So you know, I was having some, I don't know, some issues to do a similar thing in either an Endpoint Studio or Get. What do you think? Through if I want to do something in get. I'm sorry, in Postman. So you're not passing any kind of credentials, right, to hit the service. Just you're calling that service, right? Yeah, because I'm logged in. It knows me. So it won't work. Okay, you already logged in. Therefore, it might take your credentials from the login, right? That's right. That's right. That's right. Okay, so this won't work on Chrome or anywhere, just it's worked in this app only, right? Next API, yeah, within application. This is how you can test your code or test. How you can get some information through API. So can we see headers? What headers we are passing? We have 3 parameters and OK. This is all the headers. Clicking response. So my question is, can we configure an HTTP connector in the mole? And hit this one like this. That's what I'm thinking. Can we do that? Yeah, go to mole Anypoint Studio and drag HTTP request component. HTTP OK request. So remove this. Keep the listener. Keep the listener and configure the request also of logger or before logger, drag the HTTP request. Yeah, drag that one. Yeah, OK. Anywhere put it OK. Then in the configuration, OK, click on the place button and in the host. Go over there and copy the host name. The host name is supposed to be this, not that one, not that one. Go up here. Yeah, no. Scroll up, scroll up. Oh yeah, just scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. Yeah, HTTPS fair. Yeah, that is the host name. No, fair copy up to com. Yes. Copy that. Okay, so set host will put the host over here. HTTP. Yeah. Change protocol HTTPS. Okay, now port is not required. And in the base path go, show me the path again. Okay. Yeah, base path copy API, only API. Only this. API, yeah, only that one. Slash API, right, yeah. Like this. API. And come down. Press OK. That's all we need. Yeah, that's all. And in the path, write down in the path. You need to copy the rest of other path. After API, there's some other path, right? Yeah, now yeah. The copy all the way. Yeah, up to that one, correct? And slash put here. Put slash OK in the beginning. Yeah. Okay, now click on the query parameters tab over here. Click on the query parameter tab. Down you can see, yeah. Click on that. And you need to add 2 query parameters. Press 1 and go come. Go to your HTTP Explorer, that one. There are 2 query parameters. You have passed only one query parameter, sysparam limit. Yeah, copy that one. And go to Anypoint Studio and yeah. Instead of key, add that one. Add that inside the double quotes instead of key. Remove the key and put that one. And instead of value, put 1. And second, put only this side. That is not required. Click on that record and press the cross button. Yeah, press the yeah, that's one, yeah. Click on that record, yeah and yeah. And press that button. Now save it. Okay. In the logger, just will print the payload. What payload coming from the? Yeah. Okay, that's good. Okay, now run it. So we didn't provide the credentials. Let's see. I'm not sure. Let's see what's written. Just I want to see the error. Yes, we need to pass the credentials, but I need to know what kind of authentication we are expecting. Okay? Deployed. Yeah, okay, run it. Host. Run it, yeah, localhost. Put whatever. Configure right, your listener configure right. Oh, you're right. Low host. And what is the port you configured for the listener? I think 3000. Let me check. Click on that. The path is alerts and just to see the port. Yeah, add that one. Yeah. 8081. Yeah. /alerts, right. Oh. So localhost / I'm sorry. 8081. We put colon, right. Yeah, /alerts. Remove all the things. So I don't need all. Do I need the? You're calling the mule endpoint and it will call this service endpoint, right? We keep this. Yeah, remove that one. Just we call the mule endpoint. Mule will call service now. Just that's what we want to test. So do I remove this? Yeah, remove that one. Just my plan is we call the mule. Yeah. And mule user will call the service. Now that listener, yeah. Do I need API or no? API also. Remove that one. Only alerts, yeah. Now trigger it. Now let's see it's working or not. It's why it's hitting it. Localhost. I think I wrote that wrong. I think it's HTTPS is something wrong. locals. And HTTPS is right. Say that again. HTTP the first one. Your font is too small. I'm not able to see clearly. Yeah, it's HTTPS column. Okay, // localhost. That way I can make it font bigger. Yeah, I can do that. Yes, now it's clearly visible. Okay, now hit it. Now it's thinking more. Yeah, maybe it's facing the authentication issue, I think. Written an error. Authentication error. That's what I think. Go to your Mule, see the console. Click on the console down here. Yes, that one. Click on that one. No, you didn't get any request right. So all okay, I could not get any response. Localhost, right? Localhost 808.1 only, right? At least, but this error is not valid. You should get HTTPS localhost :808.1/alerts. Put HTTP instead of HTTP. Yeah, hit it. Yeah, body. What's that? Now we get something. Click on the body. Yeah, that one. Yes, another is correct. Yeah. You are not unauthorized. You need to send username and password in the username and password section. Here, right? Yeah. So I just added one. It is basic auth. It will come from any other protocol. It won't come. Either auth or using any other protocol, it won't come. We need a basic right. Basic auth. Yeah, try with basic auth once and let's see. Yeah, do I need to do this? No, okay, yeah. I will request. No, this is not a basic auth protocol. They're using different protocol. Auth or any other different. Auth, you need to pass token. Yeah. Client ID, client secret, and we generate the token. And that token we need to pass. You need to have all these things. No, I don't. We should have a normal. I don't know. Adam using HTTP connector right, sorry. Using Saresno connector right. Do you able to connect to Saresno? Connector. It says that you're using so. Yeah, look at that. That's not a sold. No, yeah, that I know. I know I don't have a save permission. I don't know. But they say that I also read something that if you're part of the admin team, if you have admin rights, they say that you have it. And you have that by default. And like you have a soap. But I'm thinking I have another account. Let me see this. MuleSoft VC. And let's grab this. And let's go here. Yeah, so some reason it's not. So HTTP localhost. 801. Yeah, so and I should have admin access here. So let's go one more time. Stop this and click here. That looks okay. Talk about this from the flowchart. Question? I want this. But yeah, only thing is we need to know how this API is authenticated, Adam. So it's like what kind of authentication they are using. Are you sending username and password? Are you sending client ready, client secret and token? Your work token, how they are authorized. So that's what we need to understand. Okay, so all I know is that what happens is there's a table called, and I don't know. There's a role. There's a role called like event integration, something like that. And if there's a role in service, now called event integration. Yeah, so if you are a member of that role or if you have admin rights for that role, you could do anything in this table like you have events or anything. Anything has to do with events, you'll be good. And when I write to, when I write or I use other systems like API to connect here through API, I use the REST and they only give me the user ID and password. Everything I use, like they create a service account that has that it can create. That can create event or can read event. And so I'm gonna now, I changed that system, but I wanna see if this is to you able to come to SolarWinds. The database. Yeah. Okay, SolarWinds, it is okay. Now we need to connect to ServiceNow. Yeah, but I haven't tested here. I haven't tested that we can connect through. If data is not working, even we can connect to the connector, right? ServiceNow connector ID. What's the problem? I think we don't have any problem with the SOA API. But say for Rust, yeah, the only problem is that I do. So right now I don't know. So right now the access I have is ServiceNow is through. I think it's to use the Rust API. I'm not sure if I need additional. We test it. We can test that. We can test that, but okay. So now this one deployed. I wanna try one more time and Postman. Same thing, but let's go here. Yeah, same as before. And alright. So you were saying, if we do here, if you use the connector right. Yeah, just wanted to see the connector, how it is connecting. But the connector has a lot of configurations. I tried this last thing for. You don't have this configuration details right. Actually, I put it in. This right here. So we have a latest version, we have a new version, but it's not listed here. So I'm gonna pick. So VS right now RSQS, okay. When I test it, this is gonna tell me I don't have a SOAP access. The connector uses SWORD. Oh, you see that? Yes. We don't have SOAP access to any tables. Are you missing the SOAP role on this account? If you don't have SOAP access to any tables, you're missing the SOAP role on this account, okay? Yeah, so that's, I think, because we prefer REST API. And that's why I think I don't have a SOAP. So does this mean this connector only uses OAP? Yeah, okay. Is that true? This account. This connector only uses SOAP. So that you know either I get the access or I don't know if the team will allow that. But I like the earlier method that we have where we can request, right? If user requests, we can use a GT, right? Get all this and events. The only thing is we need to understand how the SAP console is connecting. So the REST API console you showed me, right? That is connecting to ServiceNow. Go to the REST API console and see what authentication protocol they are using to connect to. Yeah, come over here and OK request. Show me the request. It's user token. Some token based, right? OK, it's user token. I can type. Oh, that's it. Okay, and that's okay. So we do one thing. So, okay, go to your MuleSoft. Remove this one invoke component. ServiceNow invoke component, remove that. Delete that. Okay, go to the request component. Request component. Yeah, click on that and click on the headers. And click on the place. And go to your REST API console. And copy this one X user token. Yeah, that's thing. And okay. Yeah, paste in place of key. Yeah. And copy the value of that token. Yeah, that will be that thing. Paste in place of value. The MuleSoft. Now save it and try again. Make sure it is deployed. Yeah, that's good. Confirm with this, yeah, it started. No, it also won't work. It is for solely CISA avatar. Okay, it deployed. But again when we send, we don't need to send this, right? Yeah, that is not required actually. Even that send, that is not an issue. But yeah, by doing authentication. Yeah, put no authentication, not an issue. Because we're not authenticating this our mule and punt, right? Yes, send it. We are. We would send different token. That is the token is for different. Yes. So every time issues come on, it's using new token. Okay. We need to add something like the JSSN ID in the cookie. You need to get the JSS ID. You need to add that JSS ID. Go to your REST API console. Okay, yeah, if this was like weekdays, there's a couple of guys I can ask. There's a couple of guys who. There's a guy who sends events from Mule to ServiceNow. And we can ask him how he authenticates. Yeah. Alright, so I'll find out more about authentication and how this guy does it. So what can we do? The Solar database. Oh yeah, you. Are you able to come to Solar database and get the records from the database? Just check once. Go to that part. Yeah, we can go that part, but I'm able to do it through my SQL Studio. But I haven't done it in MuleSoft. Okay, that's quite easy. So you have all the things in your hand like hostname, port, username and password. Yeah, that's right. Okay, then configure the database component. So should I remove one of these? Request is not a great anyway request. We will try after your guy confirmed what kind of authentication using that request. And configure select database selector. Data. Yeah, you have select component right. Yeah, drag it and put it on here. Select. It is what database it is. MySQL server. SQL server, okay. Select. Yeah, select SQL server in the connection. Yeah, there. Yep. Yeah, MySQL server, yes. MuleSoft CI server, correct. Then configure the driver. Configure, click on the configure. And the user recommended add recommended libraries. The first button, which one? Add recommended libraries. Yeah, click on that. Okay. Then you host name of that database. Oh, you remember that big string. What's that? You remember the entire string. Yeah, that's a server name. That's a server name. Okay. Actually, what I could do is this name. I don't know instance name. Okay, I'm gonna send you the instance name. Instance name. You have an instance name given. Yeah, I think I know. Okay, cool. And I'm trying to log into the database. So I think we can see. Let's get that. Okay, and I'm on the system. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a squirrel. Okay, so this is the database. This is the one I think we're gonna go after. Okay, so it's called SolarWinds or Rain. Okay, I think 1433 is the SQL port. I don't know here, but we'll see here. But I think the SQL port, I think it's 1433. I'm not seeing the port number over here. There's a default school L. Yeah, default MySQL port. Just check it one more. Online just. Okay, I think it was something like 1433. Yeah, it's 1433, correct. 1433. Yeah, yeah. I can use my account or I have another account, but let's use mine right now. Okay, SQL. You create one. So database name. What's the difference between the instance name and database name? Database name where you have tables stored. That is kind of schema name. So this is the server. This is the database name. Mark, what's instance server? Instance is MySQL server and that is server name. No, okay. Okay, let's try this. Let's try this, yeah? Breakfast. Could not obtain a connection from data source. Click the details. What's that? Details, yeah? That's a lot of stuff. Did not obtain connection data source. Login failed for user. Which other one? Okay, so I have a question. Yeah. It's weird, it's weird. Database name. That's a host. That's instance. And what was I trying to do? How about the Fairview domain? Yeah, if you Google out how can get the instance name for MySQL server, I'm getting some links. So you need to see to get the instance name. Instance name, the name instance identified by network name or computer plus. Default instance name is MS SQL Server. Default instance name is MS SQL Server. Should I do that? SQL Server. MS SQL Server all in caps, yeah? MS SQL Server in capital letters. Yes. Is it true? Username true. Sometimes I don't know if I need to include the domain. Try different ways. Okay. Solar. Yeah, that's the name. Yeah, so this name matches that name. So do you want an DBO1, okay? Yeah, I see the properties. Very good, wonderful, yeah. I've been properties. Okay, so the name, that's the name. Oh, yeah. So I have to use a domain name. But what's instance name? I think you're right. It's MSQL Server. Partial. What's wrong we are doing? Everything is right, should correct. There is some. What's error it's getting? Let 1 second we try. What's that? Error. I want to see the error again. Yeah. Airview job 1. And let's test. And it is C. Let me see the details. What's the same one? I was saying that connection for you. Not open connection login field user. Okay, Fairview M1. Win-win. So that is a user Fairview or M1. Yeah. I try without the domain, but still same. So database name is that. So while you're connecting to SQL Server, that one UI. Yeah, I'll show you. Yeah. So this is its Visual Studio same account. So same account and I'm logged in fine. And I'm gonna disconnect. Yeah, we'll get back. Let's see. Server type my database engine. Authentication. It's Windows authentication. You're going to Windows authentication body. Not that one. Click on SQL Server authentication. I'll log in with this one. So this is server name. I don't know if I need to do this. Or do I need to do or the domain? Zero it. I don't think so. I need to be. Okay, 1 second. No problem. Yeah, so what I will do is I have another account to use. Let's see. Okay, come here. Sir. Okay, so what is that once? Okay, so this account is called. Okay, 1 second. So this account is called. Let me show you. Oh, create database. Account for database. Test might be called. Okay. So let's try this one. And we call it Sol database. As we see, I will call it Solvent. In this, and so now I'm logged in through the same credentials you're using, right? Yeah, no, actually different credentials. Okay, then configure that one. So this one we call it Solvent database and as we see. Solvent database and as we see. And this one we call it this. Indias. It's a commission point. Just want to verify. Oh, what's that commission? Okay. So, yeah, it will come then. Connect to commission is issue. So we can able to connect over here. That end, we need to check the ServiceNow end. Say that one more time. Yeah, we will able to connect to Solvent's end. We need to focus on ServiceNow end to connect and send the information. You can develop APIs. You can design RAML. That stuff we can do. If you make sure that both ends are working, You can design this one, okay. So my next step is to find out either through request or through connector. We can get to that table. Alright? Yeah, I want to see the architecture. You showed me right. Just show me once again. Yeah. Where did I put that? MuleSoft notes, I think. It's weird. And scope here. Yeah. So let's go here. What is your favorite? Okay, you see, buddy. Oh, so this is the data flow is. It will be different how we architect it. So right now how data works is that SolarWinds will send a trap to ServiceNow. ServiceNow will convert that trap into JSON. The trap had a other ID and JSON and ServiceNow has the same other ID. All the trap was SMB format. It's going to change it to a JSON format. That's all. But the content will be the same. Oops. So when this alert is closed in ServiceNow, right? We want a mule to get the one that's closed. Alert that closed and goes back to ServiceNow database and clear that alert based on the alert ID. Right? So for this, MuleSoft need to have kind of a scheduler for regular intervals. It will fetch all the alerts from the ServiceNow and sends them to SolarWinds to close the alerts, right? So that's the trap. So my question is that one day you showed me a way that Serve Mule knows the last alert was created or last record in the table, right? Last, yeah, that one, right? Yeah, watermark. Yeah. So it might be. Maybe that's, I don't know. You know the best this area, but instead of querying it every time, maybe it knows. System can tell. Yeah. Okay, if query alerts, we'll get all the alerts. Instead of that, we need to get the latest alerts. Yeah, that's right. That's right, got it. I think that's really funny. Could be more efficient way of doing it. Yes, exactly. I totally agree. Oh, and based on the other idea, we'll clear it and boom, it's good. So I'll get the, what do you call the? Yeah, either if we use so or we prefer to use a connector or we prefer to use a request. Request is good actually. REST API is good, but if it's not possible, then we can use connect also. So alright then, I think that's easy for us as well and from our side. And so requester will use. We'll use a REST, right? REST? Yes. So we prefer REST method, but I'll find out and make sure that these accounts I have access. And I'll test it through a Postman first, make sure that's working. Then I'll add them. Love to meet with you. Maybe tomorrow, the Sunday, and nobody's working. So I'm thinking that instead of meeting tomorrow, we can meet on Tuesday. Okay, sure. Alright, I think that will work. And so are you familiar with the Azure DevOps? Adam? CD stuff. I'm only with the Jenkins. I have very minimal experience in the Adam DevOps. Yeah. Good thing is that they show me. I will quickly, grab because I already have experience, right? So then, and I will have, what do you call it? I'll watch a couple of videos. I think he has a follow. He has a steps that we can follow step by step. That I think was going to help. I'll share with you. Sure, 100%. It's a very learning opportunity to me also. Honest, my friend, it's once we know how all these things work, all these steps connect together. This will be a real. I cannot believe, I cannot imagine how valuable it will be. And to see the whole thing worked. Okay, yeah. Alright, buddy. So thank you very much. I hope you feel better. I'll connect with you on Tuesday. Alright then. So I had some permission issues, and table that we're trying to access has had additional permission. So look, as you can see through Postman, right? I can query it and get the results that right now might be empty. But if I expand the time, it's 30 minutes right now. But if I could make it like, 60 minutes. I'm not sure. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like it's hard-coded, but we'll see. There's a few of them that allow. They allow. This ABA, we are invoking SolarWinds, right? No, this one from ServiceNow. We're getting the information from ServiceNow. Oh. So, and let me take you back here, but I'm using a password as a SolarWinds, so I thought like that, yeah, you're right. This is a new account and that has that access. So I want to see refresh. That was empty. So let me show you what I see. This is really, you're going to like this. Some of the parameters that we need is built into the query and it's built into the URL. So if I come here and say this is what I'm looking for, this is a closed one. And this time I'm going to go, for example, like let's go 45 minutes. You see that 45 minutes, right? But if I come here Postman, and if I make it like 45 minutes and 45, I'm not sure what this is, but I didn't think so. So let's watch this, right? Last 45 minutes. If we query, we get the result. Okay. So the condition I'm looking for right now is this. This is the condition. I'm looking for the query. It's saying that from that source. And they stay. It's closed, right? Because the goal is to grab the one that was recently closed, right? Okay. And update. there's a field called update field. And this update field, and you say that lasts 45 minutes. Normally, we're going to look for maybe last 5 minutes. But the problem here is that it doesn't have, it has a current last minute and 15 minutes. So I can go back here and show you one more thing. So this is the all alerts. Right now, I'll show you everything, every all alerts, and let's do the source. This is the source that we were after. So right now this on, so say that, for example, we will close this one, for example, right? This is open right now. This alert's open. Okay. If we close it. So this will come in our query, right? Okay. Right. If we close it, I will say save. So last update time is 10:49, which is right now. Right. So Postman, if you do a 45 minutes, we're going to get to this one and the new one. Correct. Correct. Yes. Great. So the same thing we need to achieve from the new software, right? Okay. So so 1 second. So the one we just updated, I think what is the last update? Yeah. So the fields that we want to display here are also part of the query. So we can. This is a field. I know system. I don't care about that. All I care is the other one. One set. No problem. So in here, they have a tool called Explorer. This is how I'm building the parameters. Explorer. So the table we are after is underscore alert. So let's come here one more time. What is going on here? Yeah. So let's come here, let's go back. Let's go back. So we're looking for, let's go I don't care about this. I don't care about this. We say state is closed. And we say updated. Let's go last 15 minutes. And then we say search. So this is the only one that's last 15 minutes. So called the query. This tool build this out of the URL for the Postman. And this is the fields that we want to display in the information. So Postman right now, I can have display everything right, return all the columns. But right now we only return the columns that we care about. Okay. Stay. Maybe just a short description. The field that's gonna be very complicated. This additional information. So let's save this and let's run this. So as you can see, it only retains the fields that we care about. And this is the URL for Postman to render. So if we go Postman, then remove this. Okay. We can return that. So you see the update time. And this is the I don't know. I don't know what time is. The service is running a different time zone. You're right. You're right. You're right. This is a cloud application. So somewhere in Boston, that's where. So we'll figure out the timing, and so this is how everything. So the challenge now is this. This is alert ID. That's okay. That's we need to retrieve, okay? Under additional information. So if you see that number is called, let's copy this. And if I can take you the database. So the database side. I'm showing to you the whole thing so you can help. So there's a table called alert active. Let's go this. This one shows all the active alerts. I'm actually. Yeah, anyway, so the table that we need, the information that we need. You see that number and 289. 290. Yeah, this one. This is this one. This is other ID. 289 133 The database. This is the one. Yes. The 7th one right here. And that's the one we want. Then we grab. We can love the other ID here. Then we go back to the database. And we do delete this with that number. And that will go. I'm going to also show you so the one at the front end and about that message. So we need to update here. As a closer write, you tell the unit of the status in database as a closed. There is no field to update. I think what I've been doing. Delete. Activate delete from active alert. Okay. Okay. Deletion from active and it is equal to. There's no more an active alert. Yeah. So it will go the history after we delete from here. It's going to go to history. So I'm here alert. So this is I have a 7 and active alert. And the database has 7 active alert. We only removing from this GUI from this view active alert. There is a, there are 3. So after that things will go to the history. Anybody who wants to find out about this alert, they can go the history. But the problem we have now is that, and if this problem look, let me show you there. If someone calls that, if someone calls the alert in service now. Right? Then SolarWinds doesn't know anything about that alert. That was closed. The alert can still be here. So what are we trying to do? Is that when alerts closed in ServiceNow, Mule gets the other ID and comes here and removes from here. So what do we automate? What we automate is this. For someone, like, we can click here and say clear, right? If I say clear, it's going to go away. If I say delete, it's going to go away. The same thing. So is there any API call you can do to do this? Which one? So here to delete the alert, right? I'm sure there's an API, but I haven't dealt with. Right now, all I use the database. Okay, or directly, you can run database and you can. Okay, that's fine. Anyway, that is fine, okay. But once we figured out this is working. This one has this tool. So SolarWinds has a lot of API. But I haven't really touched any DBA and any API. Situations in SolarWinds. So anyway, we have connectivity to database on SolarWinds. And so we can build our own API talking for the database. So one more time. So anyway, how? Database connectivity details. So we can build an API that is talking to SolarWinds database and they will update the operations. So right, is that right? We're not in work this one ARM and REST API. This is fine. I don't know. You know this area more than I do. My thinking was that if we could do that, that would be nice. That's easier and a slicker way. But the worst case scenario, we can have a connector to connect to the database. I run the query, but if you think that API method is better, right? We could do that. So what we start? Let me one moment. Let's stop. Okay, first activities. We need to get the alerts from the from the service now. Yeah. No, but you will do the interval. So in that interval, we need to retrieve the alerts. Yeah. First module will achieve. And the next is we will develop one API to get the alerts. Will define one system API that will get alerts from the service. And we'll define one more system API that will update the alert in the Solar ones. But that has to be. This is it's not an. What kind of call will do with these? Is the API. Alright, people will fall into this one service now. So yeah, I can. It is like an. Not a typical. It is like an. You can develop one kind of. Some scheduled invocation is required. Like we'll configure a scheduler, okay. So we're going to schedule like every 1 hour or every 30 minutes or 2 hours. That will come to Solar. So that kind of service, know and get all the alerts. Right? In this case, we are not posting. We are not creating any alert in this. I just know. We just want to get in. We get in. We get in last alert. We get in the list of alerts that was closed last 5 minutes. Okay, that, even not every alert, but only the alert from that source. It's part of the UL. Yeah. So here we should discuss about the architecture of this application, right, Adam? So what is the invocation point is? Who will trigger this process? So for this kind of applications, right, that triggering point should be a scheduler. Okay, usually we can't figure a scheduler. So scheduler will configure some time interval. So every 30 minutes or every 1 hour is automatically reduce the alerts from the service now and update the Solar. So for this there is no HTTP location is required. So again, so what I'm saying is, what is the triggering point for this API, for the API application? Scheduler. So for this kind of applications, the architecture is we configure a scheduler. So the scheduler will call service. Now get all the alerts and updates in Solar. That is the right architecture. Right. One application. First, we develop one new application that will retrieve all the alerts. Yeah. Okay, go to MuleSoft. Simple. We develop an application. And towards Solar, we'll send. We develop an API. Yeah, the API is not required. Very simple. Simple thing. We need to just retrieve the alerts. We should not complicate, by trying an API method. Sources, resources. All these things are not required, just a simple application. We call the scheduler and that will retrieve all the alerts from the service. So here this is the right get alerts. Get alerts. What's the application name? And what application are you developing here? This one called get install, get some alerts. Right. Get alerts, yes. So what is that? Application name should be to modify for the best practices like getler. Should not be in the now. It should be in the known. Yeah. Let's think about that, okay? As you keep it is capacities. We can see what the best name we can give for that one. And you can do this. Scheduler first. What's the get alerts? No configuration. That's good. We'll come back to that. So you say first what to what? Yeah, remove the listener, remove that. Listen, that is, this is not required as of now. Get and drag a scheduler from the palette. Yeah. The core scheduler. Confidentiality. And the frequency make as a 10 minutes or 5 minutes or 2 minutes. But just to what must be kept to 2 minutes, okay. After thing you can increase that. To change time minutes. You putting. You want. In seconds or minutes. Minutes. Then just to put to OK. And change over as minutes. Right? Yeah, I got it now. Yeah. Now in the request, because scheduler is done. Now go to request component. And let's see what the host name, port number and parameters we have configured over here. So we configured. These are host name. Oh, it's not right. It's not right. So let's go back. This is what we need. We put all these things in a notepad and we can't figure out from the notepad. So I have a question. Yeah, so we have this thing. Oh, we have to copy it and put in a notepad so that you can clearly see. Wrap it if possible. Yeah, yeah. Then yeah. This is the main. This server is this one. Yes, that is that. Split. Go to the request configuration. So the configuration. Here at the last button. After this button. Yeah. Click on the request. Same component. Request component. Request component. All request. So yeah, there. Yeah, that one, yeah. Yeah, and change the host name to that and show me the, if you are using alert. Okay, API is the best part, that is fine. And afterwards, copy the now. From there onwards, exit. Now it's okay, press OK. And I go to the request again. Click on the request. Request component. Component is not request component. I think this path is right. I think okay anyway. Copy that and put slash in front of. We are missing a slash. Put a slash in front of this path. Yeah. Remove this one. Oh, if you see, the URL is correct, right? We have several query parameters. Could you please split the query parameters one by one in the notepad? How many query parameters are there? cparam. What is csparam query? csparray. And the value is. The value is the first parameter up to. So this is the source. And you need to face an up to n and symbol. What is and symbol? Let's see. It looks to me. Oh, I see. This one. I give you permission, but look at this. This is the, in what I did this? Yeah, so what the postman did. Correct. Correct. We need to do this. Maybe yes, we need that. We copied from there, only right. Yeah, will come. Yeah, will come from there to here. And the postman. Yeah. We can do one thing. CS spam query. There are here, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, next time put in. Yeah, the next time put and is equal to value. Put the value for that parameter. What value the postponement is possible here. Copy that entire thing. It looks like input the whole thing. Control A yes, come down. Does not look right. Next line and note the second query parameter. I see that now. What is this param? Underscore fields. Okay, copy that. And you do copy the query parameter name also. Yeah. Last. Yeah. What is that? Sysparam underscore limited. The third one, yeah. I don't know where the whole thing came from. Correct. So you need to configure three query parameters: sysparam underscore query, sysparam underscore fields, and sysparam underscore limit right. Come back to our Anypoint Studio. Now click on the Query Parameters tab. Yes. There's sysparam meter limit already we configured. I think that is good. And click this again. I don't know. Do you know? The return could be many. Right now for test purpose, we only did one. Or put it as one. I don't know. I don't think it's going to happen. No, whatever the open, the notepad, whatever the query parameter name and value, we just configure like that. First, let's see. Yeah? So let me ask you. So right now for the So for what we did here, we're saying that return 1 because we're testing stuff. But we can. This is because it returned 1. That's why we're showing 1. But if there was like a 5, it would say 5 okay. But, and so here is whatever that. So where is that parameter? Just put a 5 in this one. So just 5. Where is this parameter limit, right? Yeah, so that limit, got it. So here, when we run it, we said, and when we're building, this we set to 1, right? For just purposes. But we could say 20, we could say 10. Okay, for this is just a tool that gives you example how to get the JSON, sorry, and API stuff. Yeah. So that number could be, okay, we can give any number for that, whatever number of records we want to give. Yeah, let's start at 50. But I don't. So if there's 1, it will only return 1. If there's 2, it will return 1. Okay, right now, if it's more than 50, it's only going to return 50. Alright, I got it. Now click plus and confirm the second query parameter. From the notepad. So let's query. Let's get this one right. Okay. But this parameter limit, right? See the query. Parameter values are some little different. Yeah, copy the entire thing and put over there this one. Which one? The same value you need to give over here. Yeah, copy that one. This and put inside the instance of 50, put that one. I have a question. I just want to make sure that we're doing this correct. So what's the postman here? I want to copy one more time. So you said grab that. Yes. Okay, and when we grab that, we only get the limit okay. But when I make a copy here, okay, interesting. Yeah, copy it. Let's see. It's doing the entire thing. It's supposed to give me 10, but it gives me. Paste it. It's 10 only, right? Why we get this one? I don't know why I get this one. Then put only 10. 150 is fine. Yeah, the first one is right. Somewhere we copied some other thing. You're right. I think I could. So what else? So come here. And we say 50. That messed up. Is that 2 columns? Is that 2 column or 1 column? So let's say 50. Yeah, you can put a single quote or double quote, whatever. Both are fine. Okay, put a double quote. Okay, right, whatever given. Yeah, that's good. So make 2 of them double quote. Yeah, double quote, yeah. So then we come here. And we grab this guy. Yes. Get that. And we just get here. So grab this. All the way there, right? No. Up to description. There is some description. Yeah, up to this point. This point. Yeah, this point. Up to this point. Yeah, correct. Okay, we'll see how to configure that time dynamically. Let's just step. Can you start one more? The last one we need to fill. Okay, then last one is okay. Alright, yes. So let me show that field cells one. Okay, short description is equal to addition field info. Oh, alright. Alright. Yeah, save it. And let's run it see. Save it not to okay. For testing purpose, just to put a scheduler of 3 seconds. 5 seconds. And we won't wait for 2 minutes, right? So what are you saying in seconds? 10 seconds. Put 10 seconds. We won't wait, yeah? So this time it will fire 10 seconds after we run it right. Yeah. Should we run it? Run it, yeah. And this one has a payload. Looks good. Yeah, okay, that's print the payload. Right. So the way scheduler works, Ganesh, is that when the job is executed like this, it's going to run after 10 seconds. Exactly every 10 seconds it will run. But 10 seconds is quite a short interval. We won't configure that interval. But okay, for testing purpose, we won't wait more than 10 seconds, right? Seconds is okay, but minutes we can't wait, right? Yeah, but I got to make sure that there's an alert that's going to create a new alert that was closed. Yeah, we got some error. Let me see the error. What's the error? It's user token. Okay, 1 second. Let me see the error. Stop the application. Just keep on triggering if you want to. Still we're getting why unauthorized? We need to pass the authorization token, right? So again, we're getting HTTP unauthorized. We need to pass username and password also. Oh, you're right. Go to the postman and show me username and password. So this is the user ID. Okay, that is the basic authentication. We go to the yeah. Click on the request component. Request component. Click on the headers. One sec headers. Yeah, error. 1 second, let me see. Oh, user 2. Okay, focus. Oh, it's gray should be. Mommy is going to come down into trouble if I cancel this. Oh, that one was reason. So I'm afraid there is no result. The result is empty right now. No result. Yeah, let me create an alert that I'm going to close one alert right away. Okay, then create an alert. Okay, create an alert. Let's see. But it's what is. The result is very big. I'm surprised to see this much big result. Because we say 50, remember. Okay. So let's get this. That also dynamically. We need to configure how much. Okay, so if I could come here. So under alerts, I want to create a good filter. And so all alerts. And we say search this. And so okay, that's. And then we say alright, so let's grab this one. It's open. It's open, it doesn't matter. Take it right now. Let's come here. Yeah, it's not good, so and. Right now it's gonna okay. We'll see. So we just closed one, but this is not the one is that I wanted because it doesn't has the other ID. But right now we're testing to see if he can grab, if he can find one, right? Okay. So let's see how many alerts we got. We just get one. Okay. The person who, yeah, it's supposed to come one. Yeah, so exactly the limit as the let's see. Only that or no, that's the difference, right? We put a 50 and here there is 10. Yeah, that's it. It was play one. We send up to 50. Yeah. Okay, okay, okay. But why we are not coming this thing? Okay. Okay, this is remember. We right now is to every 10 seconds, right? This one, every line is 50 seconds. So we can make it 1. Can change it to 1. Okay. We should only see if we change it to 1 right now as a parameter, then we should see only one result. I'm sorry I didn't get to battle. So what I was saying is that the worst aquarium parameter. Under request here. So we can make it to 1. Then we will only see 1. One information about the result. Okay. Okay, it is quite irritating. We made as some. Second. So when the 30 seconds, right? We just got another one. Only one blank result. Yeah, I'm sure we power request them to see what's the request. But this time we authenticated and when able to successfully get the request and the response. Okay, that's only depends upon these two parameters we are passing over here. Yeah, looks like. That's a look, right? 3 minutes or last. You want to increase it to 50 minutes to do. You can do 30 minutes. Change the 30 minutes. But there's two places I had to change. Go left. Now get left and change. That's also I saw. I think these two right. That's only two places. So, still it's not really. I think it might be has to do with the parameter. The postman. It's 10-15 seconds. It was 15 minutes. And if you listen again, if that doesn't, we can change the time. Yeah. Only. Strange. Because you should work as a postman. Only thing is, Let's take percentage 20. I don't know. Yeah, I understand. Could you please send that parameter to me? This one. Yeah, you can put in the chat. Yeah, so doing this right. I want that one. There's a primary one. Put both on the chart. But I want to do some kind of research on the body part of how to pass that one. We are missing something. You're not passing properly the parameters that we are not getting the right. I think that's right. Absolutely right. The way we need to pass the parameters in the right manner. So I have it. You know the tool that I was using to generate this. This is the word. This is what the primary looks like. Oh, no. This was the problem. This was the primary looks like. No, that one, that one. Yeah, we need to pass in that manner. Yeah. So let's go back. Yes, this is a we need to pass actually. So the one is called a source. So write enterprise. So one is called. Up. Okay, the same one. Yeah, let's try with this. Let's put the same thing as it is and let's try. I say this, yeah. Everything one. Because source one states another one. It has that, current, right? That's the only I can see that. And deliver like a delimiter is. But okay, let's try putting one here. It is 1 second job. Let's try. If not, we'll see how to pass the limiter. So grab the whole thing and put in the place of Cisco. Yeah. Pretty parameter. Cisco, yeah. Go to value. Value. I have to make it the other one. Source that one and put the double quotes. Yeah. Remove that one. Yes, yeah. No, copy paste it, yeah. And here we the other one. We call it source, right? And we have this also like that. Whatever way you show me, this is from fields. Yeah, this also copy the same system fields, yes. And this give us the, this one. Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. So this one is the issues, the fields that we're supposed to return. Put as these fields, remove that one and put this one. What do you want to put that? Yeah. Value part. Yeah, that value part, replace that. You can paste and you can just put that double quote in the beginning. And then there is also find. Basically put a double quote over there and come to first. Beginning. Yeah, save it and let's run one. So in this case, what do you look at? Is that error, right? Something like that. It deployed. Yeah, let's see the result. I think it came through. Yeah, it's coming just the way we are passing the parameters. Copy this thing and put in I'll be this. Okay, once here. Okay, put in transformer after that. Put a transformer after result of request. Transfer message, message. Yeah, that one drag after where. Yeah, and just offer request right after request. Yeah, there stands on the payload into JSON. Yeah, just JSON that there. And payload in the body. So remove this right payload. That's it. Let's try this one. Yeah, it is. All the concepts that you taught me is good, but this is the one is. This is how I learned. I learned when I'm dealing with the real. It's good to have the concept, but when is he applied to a real wall? Yeah, big difference. We need to dynamically modify the query also that we'll see how we can pass dynamically about what's the 30 seconds. That's right. Oh, not this time. So maybe the timing is off now. So let's check here. Postman, yeah. It's empty. So I want to experiment something. And so first of all, let's go back here. How can I say this? I've been having this course this. It would be nice. That's my B. Later I'll have to figure out a way that we know. Only say a last 5 minutes all the time. Okay, so now if I come here, this still run is right every 30 seconds. Oh, see that it showed up. Yeah. It's already running the script is running on the back end and it is. So my friend, I don't know. We can either get this from here. Yeah, we can get that one easily. We can or we can get it. 1 to the same number that she sees. Yeah, it's the same number. So the top one is easy to get that. Okay, I can create the no. No, that's a letter ID. Okay, wait a second. So this is, we're dealing with solar wind. Some sort of service now feels so. All the information that I provide in the payload and additional information, it will be here so that this is a service. Now other ID do. But we don't want to service. Now already we need a call. We needed this number. 38. Yeah, 13 to be 8. Supposed to be here too. This one. This will be the 100% it's going to work. I don't know I could. So it has the. This word starts initial information. So this is. I don't know why. You know it's just to show in the box like backslash. But this is a key. This is a field. This is a key. This is a field. This is key. And this is the field. The value key and value is a key value pairs. Yeah, we can remove that black shots. I'm thinking that one. We need to come up with a complete architecture. One simple one we got out to. First, we put some sample application. We do it through that one right for them. Okay, this is good. We can be true that one easily. That doesn't work. Alright, that's nice. Okay, that is also we do and we can use that. Okay, now we got. What is that one? That is on the short description, right? That number, the shortest no is additional information. Additional information. So additional information is object, right? Right. Right. Help. Let me. Additional, okay. Oh God, what's that field name, Adam? And the field is, what I don't know is that if this is this one, that number. The one that is like 10 is the whole thing. For this one, yeah. If we can pass like that is so nice. I did mistake. It's like okay. Okay, what's the payload? Additional information that, whatever that field is. First error in the log. Didn't like that. Okay, other idea. Additional. Okay? Yeah. 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 O- Okay, yeah, you. So I have a question. Is there a way to say so? I have a question. Is there a way to so? When you bring it in, we say that. So when you bring it in, we say that. And I'm from this to Jason, right? And I'm from this to Jason, right? Still has the backslash thing. Let's do. Let's do it. First week we come to one step. What we do is we look for only additional for what we get additional for. Then we will see how to go inside. Okay, only additional. We don't want this one at this moment. I like that. I agree. This is a really good idea. Spend the additional alert ID. I put alert ID. That's fine. But you just been printing additional info, right? But when you transform in the second one, you are putting that in. Additional info. But if you see the additional info, let us see additional info. Okay, we need to put double quotes also, right? Yeah, that is a mistake we are doing. We put double quotes over here like this because the key is double quotes, right? We need to put double quotes. Yeah. Let us see. Additional info should come. This is an output for additional info. Okay, let us put some kind of debugger. See, they are waiting to alive. Yeah, I am here. So this time we are getting empty. As a result, empty, yeah. So that is why I was thinking we need to under request. We need to extend the time. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let me check. Yeah, good. So let us go back here. Yeah, but this one does not have what we need. And let us open it. Save 6. Do we need to run or refresh it? Okay, we will. Once it. We do not have a problem. Resume it. We got it. Oh, can you drag this one? No, at the end. Yeah, here it is. That is alright. It will not let us do it. Okay, no problem. Let us see. Payload. Okay, no problem. Payload dot. Okay, on the right. Do you see that small other screen there? Yeah. On there you can copy that. What is that? Yeah, right, okay. You already have the additional information. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That is a mistake. It's not right under payload, right? It's payload.result. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Result.0. Dot additional. Yes, there's some space over here. Look at that. Additional info. Additional info dot. What's that? That's the enterprise. One right. Okay. Yeah. I lost that one up to this one. Oh, I lost this one. I get it. Well, you lost it all. If it closes, you lost, yeah. Is there like a result? Payload is it? Additional. Sorry, okay. So it's not right. You're missing an I. After that, additional. Yeah. Before. Yeah, that's good. Looks good. Okay. So then after that you put the results. Result of result. Result of G. The payload okay? Small issue. And so results. Then additional info. Then that thing. And finally, do not forget to like, share and subscribe to our channel.